Yes, I give thanks every day for health and strength and life. So another day, another show. Got something new for you though. Coming through what I gotta do. Gonna finish up the personal brand today. At least the build. So I would say, it's gonna be a never-ending process, just like everything else. Nothing's really ever done. Just carries on to the next level, the next session. Everything's always vibrating, updating, evolving, leading to more problems that I'll be solving. So coming through, something for you. You know what to do. Like up the like button. Subscribe if you haven't already, because I'm coming through with new information steady. Give thanks. Comment if you'd like. Any questions, any comments, that would be nice. Especially when it comes to the business of what I do, vibe coding apps, everything like that. So gotta get on with the show. So, here we go. Gonna start out to get the project up, the dev server running. Browser A. Okay, for real, here we go. Start the dev server. Cheers to spring water every time. Can't let that tap water dehydrate my mind. Gotta keep my thinking process online. So this is all about search, and I will find what I need at the right time. Coming through with the right lines. Localhost 3001. It's like the show has just begun. What is up, Javi D? Back at it again. The man with the plan. Shades and the jazz. Yeah, I would say actually this station is called the Elevator Music. And I just checked it out and I was really feeling it, really grooving. So it's got me moving, so I'll keep flowing with it. So I'm going with pretty much the last part of the build for this project. The personal brand dashboard, and came in just in time to see what's on my mind. So we're gonna get it flowing and going. Alright, so here we go. What I want to do is go through the options that's next. So I want to build this basically like an advisor or assistant for the personal brand dashboard. I want this to be an AI assistant. The things I know that we need to look into is which LLM do you think would be best for this task? I was looking into things like Obsidian and RAG libraries, mainly to make sure that you know, the voice is right for my personal brand. And I don't know like how this would also carry into the assistant, but I would like to know. Really what I want this assistant to do is to manage everything on the site, be able to give me reports. I'm thinking like weekly reports, and give me advice, you know, when I have questions about things. And you know, I'm wondering about like the context window of some kind of assistant like this. Like is it like an LLM chat where it over time it starts to get, you know, hallucinate more and loses context the more I use it? Or is there a way that I can prevent it from doing that and have it get smarter over time and learn from what's going on over time? These are the main questions I got right now. Then we can get into more. Yes, I am. Cooking like the top chef. Cooking up some new vibe coding recipes. So we're looking into Obsidian not being really the right choice for this project. Or at least this part of this project. I think it would make sense to use it for a different part of the project. But I didn't really understand that it wasn't for this, and now I do. That's awesome. So the assistant will get smarter as I feed it more content. Never hallucinates my own data because it's reading real documents I provide. The best library for this is Node.js stack. LangChain, that's the main one I heard about, or direct integration with a vector database like Pinecone or Chroma. Chroma is free and runs locally, perfect for this setup right now. Well, hey, if it's free and it runs locally, what do I have to say? What is up, Buffalo Soldier? Big up yourself every time. Just set up a super grow system with Claude. I've never heard of that. Just automated 1200 quote for your LinkedIn with links to your platform and low ticket offers. Won't have to post or send DMs yourself for a year. There you go. Providing value, making great things, building, fulfilling your vision. That's the mission. So, you know, be interesting to know, did you set up an assistant with that system? So is it like a system that has its own AI assistant with it? So the RAG approach is what solves the hallucination problem. That way, like, it's not just going off the same context window, the assistant. It'll be pulling off the RAG for information so that each new chat should be fresh. Doesn't get worse over time, it gets better, just like me. As you can see, 6 months from now, it'll know more about my business than any human assistant ever could. Oh, I see. Supergirl is the AI end assistant. Claude can run it for you to do the content creation from your posting style. That's awesome. And I'm guessing that's just something that you like built for yourself. But yeah, either way, what is your like your main project that you're promoting through LinkedIn? So for an agent, welcome to the chat. Big up yourself every time, massive respect. I don't remember you from before, unstructured means, so good to see you. Hermes seems decent, but for RAG, you will always have to get a bit dirty. Your AI is only as good as what it can remember and relies on how well you can summarize. Yeah, definitely. It's, I feel like, you know, a lot of times it says, like, certain things work perfectly, but then when I try it, they definitely don't, and I just have to, like, kind of work with it to get better over time. But, yeah, I'll definitely ask about that, Hermes. Because, what it's saying right now, it sounds like that might only work on local browser. Oh yeah, that's right, that franchise health AI, I remember that. Agents for doctors' offices. That's cool. Yeah, that's definitely high value. Definitely a good market. Yeah, I know last time I had to set up an appointment with a doctor's office and they left me on hold for like 15 or 20 minutes. And then they spent another 10 minutes trying to find a schedule spot for me just to tell me that it was too far out and they would call me back. I was like, dude, AI could have just done what you guys did in like 5 seconds. I want the brand voice to be both chat interface and also like a dashboard. So maybe there's a section on the dashboard for the assistant and like one tab shows, you know, all the reports, and then maybe another tab is like where I can communicate with them. But let me know what you think works best. That was just like a quick idea. Also, somebody from the chat recommended that I try Hermes, I think it's called. I'm not sure what that is. And I know the choice you mentioned, I think it was for the database. You mentioned that it was free for local. And I just wanted to add that I would like to use this not just locally, like over time I'd like to make it so, I don't know if it would need to be on the cloud, but basically so I could just, you know, like access it anywhere from my phone. So essentially, let me know what you think off of what I just had to tell you. Replacing overhead, draining staff. You practiced 20 years and had 60 staff. Yeah, we need to do something. My health insurance went up from like $50 to like over $300. And last time I went into the doctor about some back pain, it cost me an extra $500 and they didn't even tell me any issue for it. But you know, just makes me not want to go in the future because they're just going to charge me and not find anything. But hey, all I had to do, just strengthen my back anyway. I feel like it has something to do with I injured my shoulder and I wasn't able to like started getting a little bit weak. But you know, biggest solution to any health problem I feel like is just get your weight up, get your health up. But at the end of the day, the doctors are very valuable. Yeah, we need to bring down costs for real. And it sounds like you're doing the right thing here. I always love to see people do something that provides a lot of value. And, you know, a lot of people are looking at like, well, what about the jobs it replaces? But, you know, those people can use their skills for something better than just sitting on the phone all day. So I think that's a good thing. I think people just level up their skills, provide more value, do more human work, and let the machines handle things that are just repetitive. So looking at this Hermes idea, Claude is saying stick with Claude, and I know that's coming from Claude, so of course they're going to say that, right? But they're saying here's why Hermes running locally requires significant GPU hardware to run well. Adds massive complexity to the stack, and the quality gap between a well-promoted Claude and a locally run open source model is still significant for nuanced brand voice work. The RAG approach with Claude will sound more like you than a locally fine-tuned Hermes would, and it's a fraction of the complexity to build and maintain. Hermes does become interesting later if I want to fine-tune a model on years of content and run it cheaply at scale. That's more like a version 3 conversation, not version 1. So yeah, good to know. Oh, Hermes agent is like OpenClaw. Yeah, I do not want to use OpenClaw. But thanks for that reference. And either way, yeah, I found something to make the program better in the future, even though it was the wrong Hermes. Yeah, I've done a lot of research on OpenClaw. I've decided not to go with it. Maybe I would just try it out at some point. But from what I understand through my research is that I can get a lot more customized results for what I'm doing than I can get with OpenClaw, and I don't have to worry about the security issues. So if OpenClaw can fix the security issues, which it sounds like there's different versions coming out, I think NVIDIA is doing one, then I might look into it more. I was thinking about like trying out for like a investing or trading bot or something like that, just to test it out. But yeah, definitely something. I got such a long list of different AI tools to implement and try out, and only so much time in the day. Just try to stay focused on the highest priority thing, but one day I'll get there. I believe it. So okay, for the vector database, use Chroma to start. When I'm ready to go cloud, it has a hosted version called Chroma DB Cloud. Same API, just a different connection string. That's good to know. But definitely, either way, like I appreciate the recommendations every time. And maybe off some of what I just said, there's something that you understand that I don't. So if that's the case, let me know and I will learn more. So for the assistant itself, that's just going to be the Claude API. So basically, I mean, once the system's really like running well, I feel like it should cost me like, if I can get a server for like $15 a month, API cost probably going to be about $20, so it should be like under $50 a month to run. Yeah, let's start with phase 1. Yes, let's start with phase 1. Definitely. Looking at the comments, I totally agree. You know, I'm only like 2 months into this game, and the stuff I'm using now, I could not understand it. Even when I was like researching it, I was like, this is just way over my head. And the more I just stay consistent and keep building, the more opens up as far as like understanding different tools, how they would fit in a workflow, understanding how they would work with different projects, and I just keep building and trying to implement like something new at least once a day. And slowly but surely, I found my way. And yeah, you know, the tools are going to keep getting better. A lot of them are hype. I definitely believe the ones you're telling me about are like some really good tools. And I still have them on my list of things to check out. So, without a doubt, respect every time. Alright, before writing the prompt, you need to see what data is available to pull into the briefings. Getting started with the first prompt. Here we go. Alright, this is not the best elevator music, so I'm going to switch it up. Gotta elevate. Welcome again, Jake. Respect every time. Yeah, the chat is going off. That is awesome. It's always good to talk to this community. Feel like everyone's very helpful, helping each other out. We all got a lot to learn. Everything moves so quick. You know, new stuff coming out every day. Helping each other cut through the hype. Seeing what's right. For more info on RAG and such automations, I should give Robo Nuggets and the AI Automators video a look. They have some good insights a person can pick from, especially RAG concepts. Yeah, RAG. I'm just learning about RAG, and it sounds like it's super awesome, especially for this project. I'm sure I'll learn a lot from this project, and then I'll have a better idea how to implement it in future ones. I'm going to take a note real quick on that. Robo Nuggets, AI Automators. All right, we got build the assistance section. Gonna do a daily briefing tab. Definitely doing this one in plan mode. Max effort. I don't think I changed to max effort yet, that's right. There we go. Alright, back to the chat. I have not read much about it. I just started doing research on different solutions for what I'm trying to do with this dashboard and the database. Basically, I'm trying to find like the cheapest way to store the most information, because the more information I give it, the better it's going to be on my brand voice. And sounds like RAG is the best way to do that. I was also looking into Obsidian, and Obsidian sounds like something that I can implement later that will help in like another way, but it's not as important right now as RAG would be. It's a great anti-hallucination technique. Also great for keeping token costs down. Only give the models what they need. Definitely. That's pretty much like the main points that I saw too. Also, it should be like a little bit faster maybe to process. Do I do a Claude backup? Use both Claude and Grok, and at the end of the workday, for the day you have Grok or Claude create a JSON prompt project summary for each other to keep them both in sync. So mostly I feel like just saving it to GitHub, but I think if you're talking about for context, usually I do not. Sometimes if I'm like changing context windows, then I will, especially if it's like in the middle of a build. But I try to keep everything in like the plan MD files and that kind of thing. And also on other projects I've done like context MD, or maybe it was called something else that basically focuses on that. So I'll have that update with like the main features that I built and what's going to be built next. But yeah, I should look into more of what you're talking about with a backup. Helps with the memory loss. Begin to happen between the models. Have one refresh each other. So okay, I see what you're saying. Having the two different models refreshing each other. That's something I never thought of. That's definitely something I'll remember. I'm taking note on it too, either way. Yeah, chat is going good. Awesome. So one window could be the programming workflow. Oh wait, okay, I missed one. If curious if I've ever tried having two Claude Code windows open at once. Maybe easier than switching to the browser chat. So yes, I have. I have had two Claude windows opened up at once. However, the main reason that I try to work with the browser chat is to basically keep the context down, and the usage for the projects. I'm guessing, I don't know, like I was told that it does affect usage. I'm not sure how much usage it would affect to have like one chat open just for like doing research and stuff. But I feel like since I'm already paying for the LLM, I'm just trying to keep usage down for Claude. But maybe there's something I'm not understanding that would have more benefit to having an actual like Claude chat window open in VS Code over what I'm doing with the like Claude LLM window. I see. Both have a current picture of the code base. And what I'm doing in the LLM is like usually when I start the project, I'll give it a copy of the code base. or when it's about to do a new feature, it'll have me give it a report on what the code base is. But I guess that could be like, you know, something for my workflow would be faster if I didn't have to do those steps. So I'm seeing that there is some like upside to doing the research in the terminal as far as that goes. Buffalo Soldier is coming on when feeling lazy to get back on it, and you open your laptop and get back to work. No, I hear that. Yeah, sometimes the best way to get your energy up is just start working. And you know, some days maybe I'm feeling lazy, but get started working, and then you know, half hour later I just forgot I was even lazy, and my energy starts to build up, and just like staying focused on my work. But you know, it's definitely good to rest. Gotta rest your mind sometimes. The AI has me overthinking sometimes, and I just gotta meditate and close my eyes and focus on my breath and let my mind drift away and just take notes and go back to them on another day. Sometimes that's the best way. Sometimes I try to think too hard about stuff, and I realize the best solutions come when my mind is just off. But yeah, either way, gotta keep focused, gotta keep working too. The balance is true. That's what the limits are for. They want us to rest. I noticed that too with more updates. In the past, I never had the LLMs telling me like, you know, get some sleep, take a break. But now I've noticed that they'll be like, okay, it's probably a good time to take a break. And I have to remind it, I'm like, no, I'm just getting started, just getting warmed up. But yeah, definitely, it's very important to do that. I've definitely trained my focus over many years to be able to stay working longer and everything like that. So just got to be mindful of burnout. But yeah, it's like another thing that keeps me focused too is knowing that, you know, when I build this stuff out, that's like one less thing that I have to spend my time on. So like as soon as I get this built, this is gonna manage stuff that used to take up a lot of my time. So then I can spend my time building the thing to manage the next thing that's taking up my time. And I'm looking at this like, you know, I just keep building. A year from now, I'll have so many systems managing my life, and I just manage the systems instead of doing all the work that I had to do before. And not only that, but the extra bonus is the more stuff I build, the better I get at building. So I'll just keep being able to build better and better things. And plus, the building process itself is really fun too. I really enjoy building. You know, I was like always thinking like I would enjoy like, you know, construction or something like that. And I tried working in a construction field when I was younger, and it's like, no, I like building, but not like that. So yeah, this really like fits my skill sets better. Yes, I love to look at other projects too. Good friend of mine is pretty heavy into vibe coding. He just showed me a really awesome project, basically for like dating sites, dating apps, and it can like analyze like, you know, what your strengths and weaknesses are for like your personality for when it comes to dating apps, and basically like coach you, and you can like implement it on the app. And it was way better than I thought. At first I thought it would be just like, you know, pretty basic, just like you could just use an LLM, but he hooked it up really good, and I thought that was really cool. And definitely every new project I see just gives me more ideas of what's possible. Yes, I am from the US. We the Vote project. It sounds familiar, but I'm not sure if I heard it. Scrolling GitHub's great for that. Definitely, I'm gonna take a note. Scroll GitHub for projects. Is We the Vote some kind of project you're working on? Some kind of new vibe coding project for voting, I'm guessing? So basically what I was looking at using Obsidian and RAG for this project from a different LLM was saying like Obsidian should be like the vault of the information. RAG is like the bridge for the vault. And if I use Obsidian, that eliminates having to use a whole library. But I get what Claude is saying, that I should use just RAG for now and make it more like a library. And then slowly over time, I can kind of like update Obsidian so that it basically won't need to store as much information. But it sounds like trying to do the whole thing from Obsidian from the start would be a lot more time consuming. Yeah, people definitely need to keep sharing, and I feel like for the most part this community is really awesome in regards to sharing, especially most people really want to like, you know, share their projects. I mean, it's good for so many reasons, marketing, stuff like that. And you know, I think the main thing is people are like, you know, concerned that someone might copy their project, but if it's really a project that you know you understand very well, even if someone copied it, they're not gonna, it takes a lot of time to do the right marketing, get the right following of the right people and everything, and that's gonna be something that's gonna be unique to you. So like, I'm always talking about abundance mindset. You know, there's enough for everybody. It's all about like sharing what we're doing. And if you don't know what to do, just start building something, start building anything. And then you'll find the inspiration. Just take that first step. You won't even just have your goal in mind. Have your end goal, what you want to build, who you want to serve, what kind of value you want to provide. And start that first step. You don't even need to know what's going to come next. The next step will reveal itself at the right time. Maybe you hit a roadblock. Don't give up. Just find a way around it. Don't keep running into the same wall. Just find a different way. Path of least resistance. Yeah, some people have told me too, they think, you know, the AI companies will absorb it into training data. And I mean, not only that, but they think the AI companies will kind of like steal their idea and just like run it for themselves. But the main thing I think they wouldn't do that is because, you know, if it got out that Claude Code employees were stealing people's ideas and like trying to like build it themselves and like, you know, undercut people, I think that that would be a huge issue for their business, like trust of their business, and I don't think they would want to let that happen. Maybe I'm wrong, but based on the fact that they're in competition with all the other AI companies, I think they want to try to avoid that at all costs. And as for using it for training data, I mean, I'm not really concerned about that. Like, I feel like that'll just make their systems better over time. Alright, so oh, wrong chat. Alright, so we can test this out. It says good evening. With today's date, yes it does. Is there a refresh button and a grayed out generate AI summary button? Yeah, there is. Does the gold progress bar show with milestone markers? I don't see anything like that. Does it show 0 towards 1 million? No, it doesn't. Does the motivational status line appear? No, it doesn't. Okay, so it looks like it's missing a few things. Unless these are under chat. Oh, it just updated. That's awesome. Okay. So maybe some of these things are here. Does the gold progress bar show with milestone markers? Yes, but that's wrong right now. Let me see if it automatically changes. Wow, where did I originally set that up? Oh yeah, revenue. There we go. Alright, so now yeah, it's working. Okay. I just want to make sure that on the main revenue tab that collects the revenue, if I change that it would update to here, and it did. Does the motivational status line up here? Yeah, I'd say that's probably it right there. Every system I build today is infrastructure for the million. Do the 4 metric cards show pending scheduled posted total? Yes. If I have queue items, does the platform breakdown show correctly? See if I even have queue items. Yes, I do. Oh, that's right here. Okay. And then I can go to approval queue from this tab, or this card. Awesome. Anything scheduled today? Nope. YouTube performance. Does it show insights if I fetch YouTube data or the connect message? Yes, it does. Does it show 3 mock collab partners correctly? I'm not sure. It looks like it does. At least it's recognizing that they're there. 1 in conversation. And then we got the chat tab. Click assistant. Does the placeholder interface show with the example question pills? Yes. I can definitely like change that and add stuff on later. Tell what I see, then commit. Everything looks good to me. Alright, from what I see, everything looks good to me. Yes, this is a big milestone. So I'm going to give it the message to commit, and then I will confirm the hash. So, okay, another comment from Buffalo Soldier. Just ask Claude, when will we be able to take multiple apps like ChatGPT, Claude, and Grok to form a group chat like friends, and you can input ideas. They all work them out together. It said 2027. I've heard of people doing that right now, though. I heard of people doing that with trading or investing bots. They will have wire in basically different LLMs, and then they will I was even thinking about implementing that into my finance project. So like one LLM can be like, you know, giving you what they think is the best advice, and another one can be like the contrarian. That's something for investors. You know, you always want someone to like give you the pros and cons. A lot of times you can just get caught up on all the like the hype and the pros. But for trading, what people are doing is they're setting up trading bots, and they're giving it multiple LLMs to discuss things. And then each day they can look at like, you know, what mistakes it made, what were the bad trades, what were the good trades, and then they'll learn from the good and the bad trades. So yes, you can do that now. I definitely learned that AI does not know itself as well as I think it should. You know, a lot of times I will talk to like Gemini about certain things with Google, thinking that, you know, Google will know that, or Gemini will know that better because they are with Google, but they've proven me wrong so many times. And Claude, I'll talk to it about like Claude Code, and it doesn't exactly notice that. And I'm definitely seeing too that there's a little bit, it's not that bad, but a little bit of bias where like Claude Code is gonna always recommend that I use Claude for an LLM, and Gemini is usually gonna recommend that I use Gemini for an LLM or for, you know, whatever I ask it for. And like I said, it's not that bad. They're definitely giving like legit reasons, but yeah, it definitely helps to do what you're saying and to have multiple LLMs so they can chat like friends, or even sometimes it might even help to have them chat like they're not friends and they don't get along, so that you can get more of a unbiased view. But yeah, there's a lot to that, and I want to build that into some projects for sure. Okay, so just committed. And I definitely noticed that I was reading yesterday the new update's supposed to be like take 35% more tokens. And that was definitely real. I looked at my usage after yesterday, and I would say that's pretty accurate. It used about a third more usage than I was used to. And I feel like the improvements, it maybe got like 10% better, but it takes like a third more tokens. And in ways it even got worse, I feel like. So let's see. Oh yeah, I gotta do this in PowerShell to push now. I agree with you to do build phase 2 for the assistant. I want to complete every step of the assistant before I go on to anything else. This makes the chat tab function by giving Claude access to live dashboard data so it can answer questions about your business, content, revenue strategy. So it definitely already had access to some of the data. But it sounds like the main thing it's wiring up is analytics. And that is going to be the most important thing for the assistant to know. So I'm guessing the only data that it had access to was like the data that was like already in the dashboard. And then the brand voice core for the assistant personality. Yeah, this one's definitely going to be plan mode too. And I noticed there's like a new auto mode. At least I wasn't seeing it before, but it only comes up like after I do something in plan mode, and then it stays there. But if I try to access it again, like it won't come up. So yeah, I'm not really sure about that auto mode. I need to do, why not research it right now? Let's see. I noticed that in Claude Code, sometimes when I'm done with plan mode, it switches to auto mode in yellow. And I don't really know what that is, but when I try to like, do the command of shift and tab to scroll through the modes, it won't show back up. It's like it only shows up after I build something in plan mode. Tell Claude option A and let it build. So the brand new auto mode. Yeah, that makes sense. It was part of the new update for 4.7. And it looks like it's only on max tier users. It's confusing because shift and tab logic changed with this release, and on Windows especially, it's acting like a bug. Here's the deal. So what is the yellow auto mode? Normally, Claude stops and asks you for permission every time it wants to write a file or run a command. Auto mode is the middle path. It turns the status bar yellow and it shows in a semi-autonomous state. It uses a secondary AI guardrail to decide, is this a safe change that I asked for? If it's safe, like fixing a CSS color, it just does it without asking you. If it's risky, like deleting a folder, it will stop and ask. That's interesting. So why shift and tab disappears it? This is a known issue in the 4.7 update, the glitch. In 4.6, shift plus tab cycle through normal, auto, and plan. In 4.7, once Claude executes a plan and switches into auto to build it, the toggle often locks or skips plan mode entirely. If I'm on Windows, there's a specific bug where shift plus tab only toggles between normal and auto, completely ignoring plan. That's not the problem that I have. Plan mode comes up. It's just that new yellow auto mode doesn't come up. Claude 4.7 has a new feature called hybrid context. Thinks I just approved a plan, so I obviously want Claude to implement it now. It automatically shifts you into auto mode to save you from clicking allow 50 times. Okay. Well, it's still, I guess it's still in plan mode. But yeah, I mean, it's building after plan mode. So what I thought they're trying to say is like after it's done planning, it goes into auto mode, but it stays on plan mode till all the build is done. And then it shifts to auto mode. So that's kind of confusing to me. So the issue is not that I couldn't access plan mode by hitting the shift and tab buttons. The issue is that like that yellow auto mode comes up, and then after I shift to a different mode, I can't access it again by hitting the shift and tag button. It only seems like it accesses after I'm done building something in plan mode. So it's the auto mode, not plan mode, that I can't access through the shift and tab command. Claude 4.7. Other users are experiencing exactly what I am. Anthropic changed the mode hierarchy in the 4.7 update. In the new update, auto mode is treated as a high trust state that is session triggered. Claude 4.7 usually won't let you manually toggle into auto mode using the keyboard shortcut until the AI has earned that trust by successfully completing a plan mode task first. Once I've finished a plan and it switches to yellow auto, it's active. But if you shift plus tab out of it to go back to ask or plan, the 4.7 UI often hides auto mode from the cycle. It's saying if I manually check things again, I must not want auto mode right now. And it removes it from the list of available shortcuts until the next plan is approved. So it's giving me a command that I can do, a bash command. If I want to get the yellow auto mode back with having to run a full plan every time, I can just do /config set default mode to auto. Which I don't know if I really want that to be the default mode. Especially if it needs higher trust. Or can do an allowed tools flag. If I start Claude with a specific flag, it forces the terminal to keep auto mode in the keyboard cycle permanently. That sounds more what I want. Alright, this part's done. Phase 2 shipped. Like the big ship. Time to test it out, see what it's all about. That's strange. It's like when I first pop it up, I have to go to chat and then back to briefing for everything to work. It's just like a small bug I can fix later. Okay, yeah, definitely updated something here. Here we go. Do I see the revenue, queue, collabs, and watcher badges at the top? Yes. Wonder what watcher does. Does it show updated just now or similar? Updated just now. Do I see the welcome message and 6 preset pills? Yes, I do. feel like I don't like this scroll bar. Just like I'd rather stack the pills up than have a scroll, but no big deal. Do I click how am I tracking towards 1 million? Does it send and get a real reply? Alright, definitely gotta update the days in, that's not right. It's being motivational. That's awesome, like it always does. Yeah, the 3 dots showed while I was thinking. The reply does sound like it knows the data. It does mention real numbers from the dashboard. Yeah, I would have to say for my brand voice, it somewhat sounds like it, but I wouldn't expect it to be like 100% where I want it to be from the start. That's something that I gotta dial in over time. Does the preset, after the first message, do the preset pills disappear? Yes, they did. Does the conversation feel natural? I guess so. I mean, it definitely feels like AI. So, I guess maybe a little bit. That's kind of part of the brand voice. That's going to be strange too when I get this, like, I don't really need this to be like in my brand voice, but why not? So it'll be like I'm talking to myself, and then I think that would be a better way to like help me dial this in to see it like talking to it instead of just getting like reports. Try a harder question. What should I focus on today and see what it says? Okay. What do you think I should focus on today? Got like a month of content just sitting there. Focus beats perfection. Get visible, get moving, get paid. Refresh the page. There's a conversation history comeback. Yeah, it does. Hit clear conversation. Resets. Yeah. That's awesome. I love it when it builds stuff that's like better than what I originally thought it would be. Okay. Everything is working as it is supposed to. The one thing that is not, where I want it to be for the most part is the brand voice. It's kind of in my brand voice, but I know that's something that I would be making better through time and giving it more information and letting it learn. It's kind of strange talking to an assistant that's like my voice, or knowing that, I will be talking to it over time that will be more like my voice. And I mean, the brand voice is definitely like necessary for creating the content, but I feel like it's not necessary for the assistant to be in my voice, but I'm thinking it would probably help because I'll be talking to it a lot, and it'll help me to like, find places where it's not in my voice, and then I can change it to make it better. So from what I understand, that prompt you just gave me is to switch it between advisor mode for questions and analysis and brand voice mode for drafting content. But it doesn't bother me that the advisor mode is in my brand voice. I mean, I think that would even make things easier so I don't have to switch between the toggling. Let me know if there's something that I'm not understanding, that if I do use the advisor mode in my brand voice, it won't make the advisor mode like worse quality. It'll still do like, you know, the same analysis and it'll still be doing the same work. It's just like the way it's talking to me should be in my brand voice. I just want to make sure that I'm clear on that. Alright, doing a commit real quick. Whoa, this time auto mode is working. Check this out. This time, like right after, I didn't even like do anything different with Claude. It was giving me prompts that I could give Claude to get it to make auto mode work. And this time when I tried doing that shift tab combo to shift through the modes, auto mode came up right away. Auto mode lets Claude handle permission prompts automatically. So it sounds like this is like safer to run stuff through here. Ideal for long running tasks, which is definitely what this would be, this rag. Sessions are slightly more expensive. Exactly. Claude can make mistakes that allow harmful commands to run. It's recommended to only use in isolated environments. Interesting. It's asking me to make it the default mode. And it's like safer, but it can also be more... Oh yeah, this is strange. Of course, it would try to make the more expensive version the default, because it doesn't ask me to make any other mode default except for this. Wondering what mode to run this on. There's a new auto mode, and this is kind of like two questions. One is, what mode do you think is the best to run this on? This auto mode is new, and it says that, you know, it checks each tool call for risky actions and prompt injection before executing. But you're Claude, so you should know that, so I shouldn't have to explain the whole thing. And it's also asking me to make auto mode the default mode, which, you know, I think is not the best idea from what it sounds like, because sessions are slightly more expensive and Claude can make mistakes that allow harmful commands to run. So, let me know if you think, when do you think I should be using auto mode, and what mode do you think is the best for this next prompt for phase 3? So it's saying don't use auto mode for this because it's like a more complicated build. When auto mode makes sense, smaller, well-defined builds where the scope is clear, UI only changes with no back-end risk, when you review the plan thoroughly and trust the implementation. Don't make it the default. The cost isn't worth the risk on production system you depend on daily for your streams. So here Claude is actually like being legit. Like this is why I respect Claude a lot, because I'm asking Claude LLM what it thinks about using the mode that costs more tokens, and they're giving me a straight up answer, whereas like Claude Code is making it sound like this is like, you know, good to enable to make it the default mode. Claude Code is like, yeah, you probably shouldn't do that. It's not as like cool as they're making it seem. It's not worth the risk. Letting me know to use it on like smaller things, where after reading what Claude Code says, it sounds like you could use it for like bigger things. But yeah, right there, that's definitely some different information coming from Claude Code and Claude LLM. But I think based on what I know so far and just what my gut is telling me is that I should trust the LLM more on this. So I'm gonna enable it, but then switch out of it. Just not make it my default. So now I should be able to switch just to regular mode. Or not. Oh man. I think it might have froze or something, like a weird bug. So I clicked the section to enable it, but not to make it the default. And it now auto mode is on. I just wanted to enable it so I could like access it through shift and tab command to go through the different modes. But now it's like shift and tab command won't work, and it won't let me switch out of auto mode. That's a Claude Code UI issue. There we go. I didn't even have to do all that. I just had to like click off the VS Code terminal and click back on. Okay. So I got it working. Okay, I didn't even have to do any of those things. All I had to do was like click off of the VS Code and click back on, and then I was able to shift tab back into accept edits on mode, which is the mode I've usually been using. Let me know if you think that mode is good. From what I understand, it just like doesn't have me have to manually approve every edit, just like the like major edits. I want to talk through the plan for phase 3. Let me know what you need from me. So looking at what kind of content I want to feed in, I think stream transcripts from ingestion runs is probably the most important thing, because that's actually like me talking, like my actual voice. Newsletter editions, I've written approved content from the queue. Everything as long as it's past the review. Brand voice skill and other skills, revenue history and business notes, collab notes. What matters more right now, free and local or cloud ready from day one? Pinecone is cloud only but has a generous free tier, so I need to understand that better. How do I want to feed it content over time? Let's say automatic. Automatic, systematic. Set it and forget it. Just set it and forget it. And the crowd goes wild. Manual curation, I choose what goes in. I think both will be automatic for transcripts, manual for curated content like newsletters and frameworks. So looking at the comments, welcome to the chat, PTG, pick up yourself every time. Oh, you're asking that question to Buffalo, no doubt. So I could answer that for you. That's not just OpenClaw. OpenClaw, pretty much anything you can do with OpenClaw, you can program to do better and more customizable with Claude Code or any other AI agent for the most part. So, if Buffalo wants to add to that, that's still cool. But, yeah, from what I understand, that's not just OpenClaw. You can do anything and more you can do with OpenClaw with everything else. Main reason I don't use OpenClaw is because it's not as customizable. I can get better customized results by building something myself than by training OpenClaw. Okay, time to give it the answers. Question 1. I think the main thing is the stream transcripts from ingestion runs, because that's like my actual words. Everything else looks good to me that you've got written down for question 1. So that can all go in, but then that goes on to, I think, question 3. How do I want to feed it content over time? I want to do both. Automatic for transcripts, manual for curated content like newsletters and frameworks. So with the transcripts, that'll be like my actual voice. It should automatically do that. And with everything else, I'll let it know if I feel like the content is on point 100% in my brand voice. So then that way it'll pick on the stuff that I think is really good and not the stuff that I think is not. For question 2, that's the one I'm not really sure. So essentially I do want to put it on the cloud later. It sounds like, I don't know, for a project like this, if it's going to be totally covered under like the Pinecone free tier, or as I add more data, is that when it starts to cost money? So considering like I don't mind paying, like, you know, this barely even like cost any money anyway. It sounds like, for the different options for hosting on the cloud. And also, you know, I do not plan on hosting on the cloud from day one. I plan on using it locally first to at least, like, you know, make it better and like fix all the bugs and everything like that. And then as I start to get it dialed in more, then I'll put it on the cloud. So let me know what you think It sounds like I just need more information for question 2. Like, if I'm going to be paying like a little bit of money anyway, I'd rather have the better platform. And I guess take into consideration everything else I've mentioned. Oh, he was asking when agents will be able to talk to each other. Yeah, that's correct. And ChatGPT said 2027, but they can do that right now. So yes, OpenClaw does that. OpenClaw's been doing that, but you could definitely you can definitely do that with just telling Claude Code to build something like that. And I'm not sure if OpenClaw can have much like control over and customization over like how the agents talk to each other. But like, for example, we were talking about, I've seen people use it for trading bots, and they'll have agents talking to each other that are more like contrarian because they want the agents to not always agree with each other. So they hooked it up so like, you know, agent A will always like give the like positive side, and agent B will always kind of give the negative side. Then maybe agent C will go and like give a like somewhere middle of the road type response. So yeah, that's definitely already possible from what I understand. But if there's anything else that you're seeing that I don't, feel free to let me know. Okay, Pinecone free tier. Enough for roughly 1 to 2 years of stream transcripts. But when I exceeded, plans started about $70 a month. Okay. Cloud only, no local option. You'd be dependent on their servers from day one. Chroma, completely free, runs locally right now. When I'm ready to go to cloud, I have 2 options. Host Chroma yourself on your $6 to $12 a month server alongside your Node.js app, or use Chroma DB Cloud, which has a generous free tier. Same API, whether local or cloud. I changed one connection string and everything works. No vendor lock-in. Chroma is the right call for the situation. Local first, cloud later, minimal cost. Yeah, that's, even though I'm getting, even if I do get 1 to 2 years of free usage, that's $70 a month for the first tier. Plans start at $70 a month. I feel like that's not necessary. And then this is free anyway too, for until I put it on the cloud. So yeah, that's a way better deal. Glad I looked into that more. Yes, OpenAI, if it's cleaner, I don't mind paying 2 cents per million tokens. Let me know if there's anything else you need to know. Yes, I like option A. Let me know if there's any more questions that you want me to answer to make this better. What is up, Ahmad MZ? Welcome to the chat. Respect, big up yourself every time. You recommend that I should use Cursor or Windsurf or Google Anti-Gravity. So I have used Cursor before. I was thinking about maybe using Cursor again because since I last used it, they made some updates. However, before, like, I was paying the $20 a month. It was a very good tool to start, but I found myself, as I started to learn vibe coding better, I was like almost never using the Cursor chat. I was always using Claude Code. So I'm using VS Code, which Cursor is actually a fork of VS Code. I'm guessing you already know that though. So VS Code is kind of the same thing as Cursor, but it's free. And I have looked into Windsurf and Anti-Gravity. Sounds like Anti-Gravity has some really awesome testing features for like being able to go and like, you know, test the site and click on buttons and take screenshots. I can do that with a Playwright MCP that I have linked up with Claude Code, but maybe it's not as good as Anti-Gravity. So Anti-Gravity is really the next one on my list. I did remember looking up Windsurf, but it was like maybe a couple weeks ago, and it seemed like Windsurf wasn't really like good for my use case yet. So right now my next step is I want to try Anti-Gravity, and more for like, you know, I'll still do the project with VS Code. I've gotten really comfortable with VS Code. You know, if I do switch to Cursor, that's cool too. But anyways, I want to do with Anti-Gravity to more like the end of the project stuff with Anti-Gravity, so I can like work on the same project with VS Code and Anti-Gravity. So you recommend as a free option better than Cursor and Windsurf, maybe Anti-Gravity, or stick with VS Code? Definitely. That's what I'm thinking. Windsurf is not that good. Yeah, I don't remember exactly why I was reading Windsurf wasn't as good, but I do remember reading something about that. And Anti-Gravity sounds like the next best step to really implement. So you want to test my code? Well, essentially, what do you call it? You're on YouTube description. I've got some free apps that I made when I first started in the link in the description. So all that is there, but as far as like my personal brand dashboard, that's private, and then like anything that I'm monetizing is going to be private. So you can definitely test the apps that I have for free, and there's about 30 of them. The link is in the description on YouTube. Let me know what you find, and definitely good to collaborate with people. But you know, I just got to be careful with certain things for security. So private stuff I can't do. Okay, 2 prompts for this part of the build. This one's going to be plan mode. Yeah. You're working on a CLI agent for Vibe Coder. Maybe when you're done, I can try it out. And yeah, let me know what what does that do? What does your CLI agent do for vibe coding? As a vibe coder, do I know how to actually code? No, I have not written code. I know stuff about code, structure, developer stuff, scaffolding, architecture. Definitely, I'm still it's a continual learning process. But as far as writing code, that's something that I have not done and have not necessarily had to do. And what do you think about that? Because I've heard a lot of different opinions on that. Seems like pretty divided right now. Like half, one crowd is saying you don't need to learn any code. Another crowd is saying you definitely need to learn code. But my understanding is that a lot of people have made very successful projects without knowing how to code. So it's definitely possible. I just have to be way more careful of stuff like security and mainly security. That's the main thing. So I'm going overboard with making sure all my security is good. But that's totally worth the extra time, I think. And it's all about just building stuff, making mistakes, learning. I learn the most from making mistakes. But yeah, security is not something I want to make a mistake on. I made some small mistakes with security in the past, but it was when I was building free things that were free API keys and stuff. So that was a good start to build just some free tools to, learn everything and not have to risk any kind of valuable information. And yeah, I've learned so much, building stuff, doing this live, getting help from people in the comments, doing multiple browser or multiple LLM agents, having them tell me everything they know about security, using different agents to do audits and stuff like that, making sure that I only use things like Stripe and databases where they store the information so I can't even see it. How much money have I made already with vibe coding? Nothing yet. I'm on day 51 or 52. And I'm just starting something new. I'm just about to, next week is when I'm going to be launching my first paid product. So I'll be shipping that next week, setting up a whole marketing system for that. So I'll start marketing that next week and building business systems for it. And once I get that one done, I can start with the next, and it'll get better every time. So, who knows how long it will take, but I've been an entrepreneur for 15 years. I've started multiple businesses. I've definitely, in the past, I've had somewhere around 10 different sources of passive income that I've been able to monetize. So I'm not new to making money through starting businesses and knowing the business process, and especially marketing. I feel like that's probably the main area I can contribute the most is marketing with vibe coding projects. Get to be an expert on that. That's really a main part where my channel and my personal brand, I wanted not to focus on a lot of people are already more knowledgeable in coding and tech than I am. So I don't want to be copying everybody else, telling about the latest updates with different tools and updates and stuff like that. What I want to focus on more is creating things, sharing my journey in regards to business, kind of the business of vibe coding, showing people the best ways to market their vibe coding projects. that's like a huge gap I'm seeing in the market. So many new people are starting to create projects. It's making it more saturated, so there's more projects, which makes it more difficult for the projects to be seen. And a lot of people are not understanding marketing at the level that I am. So I can combine these two, like the business of vibe coding and the marketing of vibe coding. And that's really what I'm trying to focus on with my personal brand. And also adding into that, really the most important thing, the foundation is an abundance mindset and a positive mindset. So most of like the most successful business people that I've studied in my life all believe that too. It's all about like how you wire your mind. It's almost like vibe coding for your mind, your subconscious. So let's see. The CLI agent is like Claude Code, but you took features from Codex and Gemini and Open Code. But AI MCE, it has a lot of the feature from Claude Code, and you don't think I'll have much learning to do. That sounds cool. And I have Codex. I used to do Codex on a separate window in VS Code, and now I have Codex linked up with Claude so that I can just tell Claude in the prompt, like, use Codex to do an audit or use Codex to do something else. So anti-gravity integrates with Claude Code. Yep, I knew that. Or at least you say, and you're pretty sure it does, because it's based on Windsurf but better. So yeah, from what I understand, I can link up Claude Code with anti-gravity. I know anti-gravity is from Google. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's what I thought. Eventually, if I work hard and don't give up, I will make money. Just believe in myself. Thank you. Yeah, that's 100% all about believing in myself. Just keep working. Just keep learning, keep working, keep focusing on providing value, and the money will come. I've seen way too many business people get into businesses that they really don't enjoy because they're chasing the money. And usually if they don't enjoy it, they're not going to be that good at it. A major part of business is doing something that you enjoy. And that's even better in so many ways. I mean, if you're doing something you enjoy, you're buying stuff in that field that you can use, that you enjoy using, and you can write it off for taxes. There used to be a big problem with a lot of rich people that were doing some kind of like, kind of like playing the tax system to where, they would buy a yacht and then they'd register a business that they were like, using their yacht as a business, but they wouldn't actually use it as a business, and they just write everything off for their yacht and say it was a business. So yeah, you still got to be careful. You can't just like, you actually have to be doing a business. You can't just like turn a hobby into a business to write it off for taxes. But if like you're doing what I'm doing a legit business and you're providing value, then it's awesome because, you can do a business in the thing you love to do most. And that's what I usually tell people when they're like, asking me, what kind of business do you think I should do? What kind of business do you think I should start with? And usually what I tell them is just imagine that you're already rich. Imagine that you have all the free time in the world. How would you spend your time? And that's what you should do. So every time, respect to you. Thanks for coming through. And go back to doing some more research. So I was just, oh, awesome, it's done. That was perfect timing. So yeah, I was just reading like more about that auto mode issue. And it sounds like the reason that Claude made it the way they did is in version 4.6, the most recent version before the new update the other day, people were leaving auto mode on by accident and coming back to a bigger API bill. So in 4.7 they made it harder to accidentally be in auto mode. So that makes more sense why they do it like that. And also, I did not know that it was more expensive to use that auto mode. I think it would be cheaper because it's like asking you less questions to confirm things, but I guess not. Yeah. Here we go. Final part of the coach or the assistant. I guess it's kind of both. So this is bringing everything together. I would imagine if I hired even a halfway decent virtual assistant, they wouldn't even be able to do half of what this assistant is going to be doing. And of course, they'd only be available certain hours of the day. And, you know, that's going to cost at least a couple $100 a week. So, I mean, you know, $200 a month for Claude Code, but I'm building stuff that is saving me just the amount of time and money I would be spending on an assistant. This is like way more than worth it. So looking at the comments, So yeah, I don't want to be like everyone else. At least not in every way. Like, you know, some ways like I'd like to be as good. And what do I think if I knew how to code, but like half code, half vibe coding? Well, I mean, I don't really understand why that would be better than what I'm doing now. Because that's the main thing that I want to understand is like what areas are me knowing how to code? What areas is that going to make things better? I've had plenty of people I've talked to or even listened to say that, you know, they've been coding for so many years and they've had problems they haven't been able to solve that Claude Code was able to solve in like 5 minutes. So, to me, I'm wondering, is the opportunity cost of learning how to code worth it when it's going to take away time from me actually building stuff? If it is, then I would do it. Then I would maybe spend, you know, like half an hour every day just practicing writing code. But I would want to know why it would be worth it. What areas, like what specifically should I focus on when I'm learning how to actually write code that's going to be better than just having Claude or a different agent do the work? So if someone could explain that part to me, then it would make sense for me to do for the opportunity cost of time I could have spent building things being taken away to learn code. So anonymous user is saying, stop using AI to code. Why do you think I should stop using AI to code? Because I really enjoy it. I really like building stuff like this. And I would feel like I enjoy not just building, but I enjoy learning in the process. And I'm definitely learning a lot about like the structure of code, developer best practices, a lot of things that have to do with code, but not actually like writing code. So when people ask you what the code does, you can explain to them what you code and know it won't take time that much, and it is worth it because you can tell if the AI is doing the job wrong and you can take care of it immediately. Okay. So I'd be able to tell if AI is doing the job wrong, but wouldn't I be able to tell if AI is doing the job wrong because the project just wouldn't work properly? Because if the project's working properly and I've done everything correctly with security, that's like, I would imagine that it's working right. But I feel like, yeah, that's the other thing is like, you know, some people have said if I just like, you know, maybe spend like 20 hours a week learning to write code, it'll only take me like 3 to 6 months to learn. So if that's the case too, then like, you know, if I understand totally the cost is like, you know, 20 hours a week for like, you know, maybe like 4 or 5 months, and it's gonna be having a major impact on what I'm building, then it would make sense. Because what do you think about the future too? What do you think about these tools getting better? Because a lot of people have been telling me that these tools are going to keep getting so much better to where it'll be totally unnecessary to even know how to write code. And in the future, people won't even be like, developers won't even be required to know how to write code. That understanding how to orchestrate different AI agents to build the highest quality projects will be a much more in-demand skill than actually knowing how to write code. And I don't know which way is the right way. And I mean, that's something that, you know, only time will tell. The future is just gonna have to like play out the way it plays out. But I see why don't I make my own coding tools using Claude Code? Maybe I could do that for money. I've kind of thought about that. I feel like if I do that, that would be something that I would want to understand all the tools out there better first. I still see myself as a beginner in a lot of ways. You know, I've only been doing this for a couple months now. So that is definitely something I'm considering on the horizon. Another point to that, though, that I'd like to, know what you think is in regards to if I'm building coding tools, then I'm basically essentially competing with companies like Anthropic and OpenAI and Google Gemini. So, I mean, if they see that I'm building something that people are using, then I don't understand why they wouldn't just implement that into their next upgrade. Because I feel like that's not the who I want to have for competitors. But also, like, I'm not confident to build my own coding tools yet. Maybe like some simpler ones, but yeah, I think that would be more horizon. So, anonymous user is saying, I'm not making any money. You're saying doing vibe coding. Well, a lot of people have. I believe in myself. So, I'm not sure how you believe you can read the future, but I still respect your opinion. Maybe you're right. Maybe I don't make any money from vibe coding, and I'm just wasting all my time. But this feels right to me. I feel like I'm very good at understanding trends, especially when it comes to technology. And I just gotta go with my gut. I gotta trust my intuition. My intuition is telling me that this is the most highest leverage skill I could be learning right now in regards to being an entrepreneur and making my business skills better. It's just probability. I hear you. Nothing is for certain. Just gotta do what you think is right. And that's what I'm doing. And that's life, though. Nothing is for certain. Being an entrepreneur, you don't have a boss that's gonna write you checks just for trading your time. But that's the path that I chose, and that's the path that I want to walk. So I totally understand that. The more risk you take in life, the more rewards you get. It's all about taking calculated risks and making important decisions and getting better at doing that over time. And I have had multiple businesses that I have monetized and made successful in the past that many people have told me it would never work and I would never make money and I should just quit right now. And I didn't quit. And I became successful. So I'm very used to people telling me stuff like that. And it does not change anything about what I believe in myself and what I believe I'm capable of. All right, so you're saying legally, if I do not understand the code, I don't own it, apparently. I've never heard that before. I'm about to look into that more. That sounds kind of strange to me, but I don't know for sure, so I gotta look it up. I want to look at that up right now real quick. Somebody in the chat told me that legally, if I do not understand the code that I'm creating, I don't own it, apparently. Is there any truth to this? There is no law that says if you don't understand it, you don't own it. There is a major legal battle happening right now regarding human authorship. Under current US law, AI cannot be an author. Only a human can own a copyright. If I just type a one-line prompt and Claude spits out 1,000 lines of code that I just slam into a project without looking at it, the US Copyright Office might argue that AI is the author, which means the code is in the public domain. Anyone can copy it and you can't sue them. Because I'm doing audits, managing the architecture, and making creative decisions, I am the mastermind legally. The AI is just a very smart word processor. Understanding versus controlling. The law doesn't care if you can pass a test on every line of code. It cares about creative control. A movie director might not understand exactly how the camera's internal sensors work, but they own the movie because they directed the shot. By directing the briefing tab like I'm just building now, or fixing the bugs with the ingester feature, I'm exercising authorship. I directed the shot even if Claude did the typing. The real danger, license contamination. This is what the chat should be warning me about. If Claude generates code that happens to be identical to a piece of GPL licensed code that's open sourced, the project could legally be forced to become open source too. The fix. This is why I do the audits. I'm making sure the code fits my specific project logic, which makes it an original work created by me and my AI assistant. Oh, you meant the company, so like Anthropic can legally own the code. Interesting. I'll look into that. Thank you, that was helpful. So the person in the chat is clarifying. They're saying that they meant that if like the company I'm using to write the code, for example Anthropic for Claude Code, can legally own the code if they want to. Here's a no-nonsense breakdown: Anthropic terms of service. In Anthropic's customer terms of service, there's a specific section on ownership. As between me and Anthropic, and to the extent, whoa, bug landed. The extent permitted by applicable law, you retain any right, title, and interest in your inputs, and reassign you all your right, title, and interest, if any, in and to outputs. So Anthropic is legally signing over any ownership they might have to me. They aren't keeping a secret backdoor to own the brand dashboard. They want me to own it, so I keep paying for the subscription. The if any catch, the real legal drama. If any, this isn't because Anthropic wants to steal your code, it's because of the Supreme Court ruling we talked about. The courts have ruled that AI itself cannot own a copyright. Therefore, Anthropic can't give me a copyright because legally they never had one to begin with. What they're saying, whatever legal rights exist in this code, they are yours, not ours. So, since I'm on the max tier, I have even stronger protections than a free user. No training on my data. For paid tiers, Anthropic's current policy is they do not use your inputs or outputs to train their future models. Your brand, soul, and your code are not being sucked back into the mother brain to help other people code. Sounds like some alien ship. Copyright indemnity. Anthropic recently explained their copyright shield. If someone tries to sue you saying your AI-generated code stole their work, Anthropic has committed to defending their customers in court. They wouldn't do that if they were trying to steal your code. That is, I think, a good point. So I think that's enough for that. Can I code without AI? I already said no, I can't. So, You weren't just talking about Anthropic, like any company. Okay. Well, I'm writing most of the code with Anthropic. I'm just using Codex for audits. So maybe Codex is different, but sounds like I'm good as far as that stuff goes. But it was definitely good to look that up and know for sure, because I never even thought about that stuff. So yeah, respect every time for coming through with the new knowledge, the new info. Alright, clean build. Time to test it. You do not plan encoding without AI. Well, that's not always true. A lot of the coding I do is like business research, and I don't always use AI for that. Business knowledge that I've already had from many years of doing business when I'm creating plans and creating products. So anyways, getting to something new. Okay, assistant knowledge. Oh, we got the new knowledge tab. That is cool. Four metric cards showing 0. Yeah, I do. Actually, one last updated. That makes sense. Is the source type breakdown visible now? This ladybug really likes me right now. It's trying to distract me from my purpose. Anyways, I do not discuss how much money I already have. I'm only discussing how much money I'm making from vibe coding. Click add content. Does the form slide open? Yes, it does. Add a test piece. Vibe coding philosophy. I build mainly using business processes. So when I build projects or products that I plan to sell, I use all the business research processes that I would use and have been using to start businesses for many years. When I'm creating business systems, I'm creating them as though they are an employee for a business that I'm already created or a project I've already created. So my main process comes down to business knowledge that I've learned throughout the years of being an entrepreneur and combining that with vibe coding. Hit add to knowledge base. Does it show embedding content? Then added embedding content, then added end chunks indexed. One chunk, 89 words, just added now. Does the document appear as a card with the correct type badge? Framework system. Click approve. Does it get a green check mark? Yup. Try the filter pills in a search box. Yes, it works. Test the full loop. Go to assistant, chat. What is my philosophy on vibe coding? What is my philosophy on vibe coding? It's not about the tech, it's about the mindset that I bring to the keyboard. Except, trying to use the keyboard less and less, so the mouse and whisper flow, I'd say, is better. But anyways, yeah, it looks like everything works. So back to the chat real quick. So, Ahmad does real coding and a little vibe coding in total, almost $1 million. That's awesome. Yeah, that's really close. Ahmad's saying goodbye. Goodbye every time. Respect. Thank you for coming to the chat. It was a good conversation. Definitely learned something new. I should change my YouTube subtitle to AI vibe coding. That is definitely something to consider. I never thought about that. I just kind of figured vibe coding meant AI because I don't know any way to vibe code without AI. But yeah, it's definitely something to consider. All right. See, everything looks good with that. Test. Everything looks good with that test. The only thing I wasn't sure of was the search feature, because I only had one thing put in there, and when I searched it, that was the only thing that showed up. So I'm not exactly sure if the search feature is working, but everything else is working like it's supposed to. So I feel very good about what I just built. Let me know what you think, especially in regards to if I should do an audit right now on what I just built. What do you think of using Codex for the audit? Welcome back, Buffalo Soldier. Are those who code without AI upset that AI has opened the gates to others with less coding experience to be able to create an idea without going through a coding gatekeeper? That's kind of what I'm sensing with some people that I've communicated with, and I've tried to reason with them in regards to, you know, like I just did, kind of like, why, tell me why, you know, it's worth my time to learn coding. What use cases is it better for? But I have not gotten very definitive answers. Like the person was just saying now, kind of like, just so you can tell other people that you know how to code and that you understand the code, and that, you know, things that weren't true, like if I use AI to code, then it's not legally mine. So it sounds like people are maybe confused about how things actually work. But I would agree with with what you're saying to some extent, and I don't know that for sure, but I've kind of sensed that. But definitely one thing is for certain that I've noticed is some people have been extremely angry about that. I've had people come and insult me, tell me that like I have no business doing this and I need to learn how to code. I'm not a real coder. But I've had those same kind of upset people attack me about other business things that I've done in the past too. And you know, I just get to a point where I'm just used to it, and I understand that that's a part of life. What can you do? Is just like live and learn, and get better over time at just trusting your gut. Because I notice like the more I trust my gut, it's usually right. My intuition is strong. It's like a skill. In the past, when I used to let people like talk me out of my intuition, I've almost always regretted it. So when I believe I can do something, I stick with it. I do it. So good day to the French Canadian gamer. Respect every time. Big up yourself. You get flack also for using AI in your business. No doubt. So Jake thinks that he raised a good point about how knowing how to code helps you stop the LLM from derailing your project. You can spot errors or bad design earlier. Definitely. I think I should have mentioned that part too. He did say that. And so that's what I'm wondering too, is like, how would I know that? Like, so basically, if I was building a project and I saw that something wasn't working right, then I would like look at the code and then I would be able to spot the error in the code. And I know what you're talking about with like, you know, bad design and loops that it can send you on. I've definitely had like problems with the projects, but I've always been able to like, you know, go back to a more previous GitHub push and then learn from it and then try to solve it. I don't think I've ever had a situation with vibe coding yet where I've had to just walk away from that project and not be able to find out a solution, even when I've gone in like loops for like, you know, an hour or something. But I am seeing what you're saying. The main thing I'm wondering is it worth the opportunity cost to learn how to write code when I could be spending that time building stuff? And I think I feel like my intuition is telling me that there's like a middle ground where I can be very focused on what the AI is writing and watch, because it does show the code. It shows what is changing. I did study kind of like coding structure in different coding languages, understanding, because there's a lot more of just writing code to developing and understanding. It's like the structure, scaffolding, stuff like that. So I know a lot of that is stuff that I'm learning. And I think little by little, the more I watch it, like how it changes the code, what it changes when I add certain functions, that helps. But yeah, I think goes into what we were talking about last stream. The real benefit is learning the principles rather than the actual syntax of the languages. Yes, that's how I feel, 100%. So that's what I'm going to keep doing. And if I do get to a point where it's like I definitely need to learn code to solve a problem, then I'll start doing it. But until then, I'm just going to spend the minimum amount of time studying the code and the structure. And I still feel like I have a lot to learn with like just like development skills and architecture. So I think for what I'm doing right now, that's more important than actually learning how to write code. So I'm going to focus my time on learning architecture stuff first, and then I'll go and learn the coding stuff. But yeah, this is like a very good conversation. I feel like this is like one of the most relevant like issues and like debate points right now that I've seen when it comes to vibe coding and like new AI like coding and everything that falls under that. So, you know, this is definitely a conversation that I feel like I can always learn something new from whenever I have it. So yeah, it's always respect every time. Welcome back, Ahmad. Good to see you again. Been a while. Long time no see. But yeah, definitely good. Glad that you're here. I feel like I got a lot of value off of that conversation. And welcome anytime to give your opinion on anything. I appreciate it. So let's see. Using the Codex error for the assistant, or Codex audit, not error. All routes have required AI auth and rate limiting. All public functions and knowledge base fail gracefully. Step 5 in ingestion pipeline cannot crash the main pipeline. New database tables have correct indexes. Any bugs or loose ends? Awesome. So I was having issues in the past with having Codex do audits that were too big and having it freeze up. So I'm trying to get better and better at giving Codex focused audits, because I'd much rather have, I feel like I get better results having Codex do the audits, because, you know, Claude is not always going to catch its own mistakes. Am I able to use anti-gravity in this stream? I mean, I think I should be able to. Like, I could be able to just, as long as with my streaming program, that it shows up. I mean, it shows up for VS Code. I would imagine it would. I just haven't hooked anti-gravity up yet. I was looking at it for part of this project, but kind of the best advice I feel like I got it was, don't try to switch your workflow halfway through a project. So I think it'll make the most sense once I'm finished with this project to hook up anti-gravity, and then start using it just on, like, you know, maybe one task at a time on a project, which sounds like, to me, let me know what you think about anti-gravity use cases. But to me, what it sounds like is the best use case is for testing things after something's already built, having it go through the project and like click through things and check for bugs, test the code, maybe even some like UI stuff, design stuff. But that's kind of the basics of what I understand, where it's would give me an edge over what I'm already using with Claude and Codex. I did hear that Claude's UI design tool dropped, so I don't need design is definitely not something I want to spend any time on with this project, because really, like, I'm only going to be the one that sees it. I mean, obviously, like, people are seeing it when I'm building it, but I'm not going to be like selling this, or if I do sell it, I would be like way down the road when I make it way better. And then I'd want to probably sell it like a customized version. So, but the next, when I launch next week, I think that would make the most sense when I launch that finance project, to test out the Claude UI, see if it can make the design better. Because from what I understand, it's probably the best new feature in the new update for 4.7. And that's good to hear, Ahmad. You were working on your CLI agent. That sounds like it's awesome. What language are you writing it in? TypeScript, Rust, and Python. So I was just learning about Rust. Python is the language that I understand the best. Codex is not installed. What? Okay. It definitely was. So that would make sense too why it wasn't working before. I want to get this installed again. I did have Codex installed before. I don't know if this is something with the new update or something that happened with the issues where like I had to manually get Claude working again. I couldn't just type Claude in the terminal. Something changed and I don't understand what it was. But I would like to get, I mean, I do have a Codex subscription. I would like to get it linked up with Claude again. But I also have a chat window that I should be able to use Codex through that I have not used in a while since I linked it up with Claude. Let me know what you think, because I would like to get this working again. I don't know why it stopped. TypeScript, Rust, and a little C++. Buffalo is saying he has a developer and former military intelligence coder that you have discussed your projects to, and they both agree. Keep a developer in the loop and pay as needed. Adjust as you fly. No need for delays. That is good to know. Yeah, definitely. I know there's like a lot of sites online, like freelancers for developers. That sounds like the best thing. Or really, like, you know, what I would plan on doing is once I'm building the business up is to hire a developer that could, you know, kind of test everything, make sure everything's good, find things that I couldn't find. Because I don't know if I've said this, I feel like I have. When I'm building this business, I plan on putting the majority, like especially at the beginning, putting all the income back into the business for a few reasons. But yeah, I think hiring people will be like one of the best uses of the income I make. My time zone is Chicago. And yes, I did used to have Codex. I had the extension. I think that's what you're saying. To run it in parallel. It was like an update that I did like the day it came out with, I think it was through OpenAI. And I just gave that update information to Claude, and Claude like hooked it up. So not sure why it stopped, but it's testing the showing the version number, so it should be working. I'm going to go against what Claude says this time and just try using Codex. Or actually, I'm going to make sure that's the right thing to do. I would like to use Codex for the audit, and I definitely want to make sure that it's working right. So should I click option A, install Codex, then Codex setup and rerun this audit? I did restart PowerShell. I did not restart Claude yet. I don't want to lose the context if I don't have to. But I did everything else you said to add it, and it did show a version when I looked it up in the PowerShell. I'm saying just go with B because it might confuse it, because I already installed it, so if I tell it to install it again it might confuse it, so I'll just do that. Proceed with option A. Codex is already installed globally, but the current session can't find it. Yeah, I'll just do that. Sounds like exactly what I wanted to do. Hiring a developer for like 150 to 200K on $1 million business is a no-brainer. I would agree. We're not trying to replace developers, and master code, just cheapest way to get your ideas to market. Definitely. And I feel like the stuff I'm building right now, from what I understand, as long as I'm, having Stripe handle the payments and making sure my database security is correct, that really any problems that happen with the code is not gonna cost me anybody's data information, because Stripe is handling the security for the payments, the most important thing, and people's personal info for my first project is handled through the database. And as long as I do the security right, like I can't even read it. When I look at the database stuff, it's basically like, I don't know if encrypted is the right word, but like I can't even read it, and I can't even see people's payment info on Stripe. So I'll just learn from that, and yeah, it definitely takes money to make money in this sense of hiring somebody. So yeah, there's definitely the other benefit to that is I do not, if I just reinvest everything I'm making, then I don't have to pay the taxes on the income because I'm reinvesting it right back into the business. So you're paying 200K. Oh, well, your CLI agent has its own coding model for free. So there would be no point in paying 200K if I use your CLI agent. That is good to know. But I think also too, that's like full-time hiring somebody, and I don't think I need to start there. I could start like hiring freelance coders to do specific tasks, and then I can just go from there. And that would probably be a good way to find a full-time coder. That's what I've noticed in the past is like, hiring people is definitely a skill that you get better at doing over time, hiring the right people. I've hired like hundreds of freelancers. So definitely I think it would be a good idea to start by hiring multiple freelancers to just do like certain tasks. And over time, I would get to see which ones that I like working with the best and then offer them more of a full-time role. Okay. Gemini CLI can improve Claude file or Codex or Gemini fields too. How about what do you think about security for what you're doing for your CLI? How does someone know that the security on that is 100%? There's not going to be any issues with that. Because it doesn't send data to companies, it stays on your computer, all the data and conversations you had with it. Okay, that's interesting. I'm always trying to learn more about security. Alright, let's see if it works this time. Should've got it fixed again. Claude Code itself told me that it would understand if I just gave it that prompt, but it didn't, so no problem. I have restarted Claude Code. Claude was saying that I just need to tell it to rerun the Codex audit with the same scope as before, but it's telling me it doesn't have the context from a prior Codex audit in this conversation. It's a fresh session, no transcript, no reference. So I need to tell it the scope, which files and areas it wants to check, or point to where the prior audit results are saved. And there's another model back in the chat. There's another model that is undercover when it is done, like the AI when it is coding, and it is about to be finishing. There is another model that checks for bugs and security vulnerabilities. So Buffalo Soldier, his friend says, the younger coders in schools are the ones making businesses and the older coders are looking for jobs. That's kind of what I've noticed too. At least people that are on the comments that I've spoke with, those guys are asking me more questions about business. And more of the older ones are wondering more about, like, you know, the future of jobs, stuff like that. But that's cool because, you know, everybody can't be looking for jobs and everybody can't be running a business. There's got to be a mix of both. And some people would rather be running a business like myself, and some people, most people actually that I've dealt with in life, would rather be doing more of a structured, like work employee type role. And there's nothing wrong with either one. It's more about, like, your personality, I guess. All right, doing the Codex audit again. Hopefully this time it works. Yeah, I was saying before, when I first started hiring people, one of the main things I was being cautious about, I was like, well, I'm hiring people. They're seeing what I'm doing in my business. What's going to stop them from just seeing how my business runs and just starting their own and just, like, you know, taking what I'm teaching them and just, like, going and starting and being one of my competitors. And what I found was, like, out of hundreds of people that I hired, only like one person did that. Most people would rather be an employee. And like, I understand, it makes sense. There's a lot of risk with doing a business thing. But that's what I prefer to do. That's what I enjoy doing. I like building things. I like building businesses. So that's what works for me. You want to see my real face? Yeah, I mean, I've definitely got a lot of other videos where I'm not wearing glasses, but that's fine. I'm just wearing glasses to lessen the burden on my eyes. Staring at the screen all the time. It's better for my eyes to wear glasses. But yeah, that is my real face. Not a fake face, a real face, for real. Awesome, it worked. There we go. Got it fixed. Thank you. Respect every time. So yeah, I knew it was worth using Codex. Codex found 2 high severity items. Yeah, when I first started doing this, people were telling me they thought I was AI. And I'm like, pretty sure they're joking, but like, who knows? I was definitely, when I first started this challenge, like, I was not used to doing live streaming so much, being on camera. And I was like, I think talking faster, mainly when I'm nervous, I'll talk faster. And people were saying like I sounded like a AI machine. And I was like, okay, like, yeah, I guess we were like making Terminator jokes and stuff. You live in Diego, and it's almost midnight. No doubt, that's a good place to live. Yeah, peace out. It's good talking to you again. Enjoy the surfing out there. If I lived in San Diego, I would be surfing as much as possible. They got good mountain biking trails out there too. It's probably all I would do when I'm not working. But I like the LA mountain biking trails better. The ones in the Bay, not so much. Mountain biking trails in the Bay had good views, but the trails themselves were pretty basic and lame, not that fun. What was that one in LA? My favorite mountain biking trail in LA was, what was that called? I actually gotta look that up. Probably no one even cares, but now it's on my mind. I don't know if they changed the name. It's saying El Portillo Loop, but I swear it was called something else before. Never mind. I don't want to get sidetracked with that. I gotta stay on focus. So yeah, back to the chat. You notice that interviewing coders, asking questions to copy ideas. You're waiting until your copyright and trademarks on the idea are use clear first. That is a good idea. I would also recommend, if you do some kind of like marketing videos, like I'm building stuff live on YouTube, that is very good for documentation, because it shows the date, shows that I created it, what date I created it on. So if I ever have to go to court for something like that's like a lot of documentation right there. But yeah, definitely yeah, trademarks on the name, patents on the idea. Make sure you got the LLC. But it sounds like you know this stuff pretty well. I did have to, the finance project I was working on, I originally named it Investapath. And I made the mistake of, I thought it would be cool to like do the naming process on stream, but it made me rush through it. And it's much better, I believe, to, you know, think about the name, do the research, and like, you know, sleep on it. But I just kind of rushed through it. And even though I was searching for Investapath and didn't see any else names under Investapath, when I did more research later, I found there was a bank that had a kind of similar program called Investpath, and that could have easily caused problems in the future. So I had to change it. And luckily, like, all I lost was like the, you know, $10 for a domain name. And I think I paid like $10 for the Google website. What's it called? Where I think it's called Google Business or something like that. But that's where you get like, instead of like at Gmail, you get at and then like the name of your business. So really, it only costed me some time and like $20, and it's way better that I caught that early. But yeah, there's definitely make sure, do the research to make sure you're not even close to another name. And it's getting so much harder as the past few years since AIs came out, especially, to find available .com names. It used to be so easy to find a .com name like 5 or 10 years ago, and it is getting rough. You pretty much like have to make up like words that don't exist, I feel like. So if you copyright the features of your CLI agent and make it not legally usable, then you're just gonna add more. No doubt. If you're worried about that, I would say just copyright it yourself. But like, yeah, I mean, in business, like that's just like, look at every experience like a learning opportunity. If you do something wrong, you make a mistake, you can learn from it. What I found is like the better you get at business, the more you know in the back of your mind, if something happens and you lose everything, you can make it back, and it'll be quicker every time. And that's a lesson that I've learned from a lot of very successful business people, is they don't worry about that stuff. They just create and do what they do, and if stuff happens, then they just start over and they just do it better than before, and they learn from their mistakes. I've had people, when I was doing my book stuff, I had multiple times where a major publishing company had falsely accused me of copyright violation when I did not have any copyright violations. They just knew that certain retailers would pull my books off the shelf without doing any research if they just came through and made that claim. And I personally, without a lawyer, dealt with them in a way that they admitted that they were lying, and they reached back out to those retailers and told them to put my books back up on the shelf. So that just made me get better. But I also realized that some people play dirty in business. And when it happens, usually it happens when you do something right. Usually it happens when you become competition to somebody who thinks they're bigger than you and they can just step on you and nothing's going to happen. But that's life. I mean, people are going to try sometimes. You just got to get back up and get stronger and learn from your mistakes. All right. The assistant is complete for the build. Yeah. Did the phase 1, the daily briefing with the live dashboard data. Phase 2, the functional chat with brand voice and dashboard context. Phase 3, RAG knowledge base with automatic transcript indexing and manual curation. This is a genuinely significant piece of software. Yes, it is. The assistant will get smarter every stream. Yes, it will. Transcripts will get indexed automatically. So what's next? Thumbnail prompt, quality upgrade, CEO morning brief, AI summary, platform API connections, cloud deployment. Awesome. I'll be right back. So Buffalo Soldier is doing corporate parent co in Wyoming. Yeah, a lot of people set up businesses in Wyoming, mainly for the tax benefits. Another one is like Nevada. Washington State, Delaware, yep. Then doing business as in your home state for asset protection and future cell structure in the future and tax benefits. Definitely. Yeah, so look in whatever state, and this is like USA, look in whatever state about AI can help you, about your like state and the business settings and everything like that. I have businesses in multiple states, and also definitely personally make sure you're personally doing the there's usually like a yearly kind of like not so much a review, but you have to like yearly update your business info and usually pay a fee. You make sure you don't let another company do that for you. Do that yourself. It's super easy. Other companies will try to tell you that it's really difficult and they will do it for you for a fee. You don't want to do that. Some of them are scams, and most of them that aren't scams just charge you way too much than you actually need to pay, and it's super easy to do. Even setting up a business, you shouldn't have to pay a company hundreds of dollars to set up a business for you. A lot of companies are going to try to tell you, a lot of times when you search, even Google search to set up a business through whatever state you want to set it up, a lot of times the top results will try to confuse you into thinking that you have to use them to set it up, but you don't. You should be able to just go directly through your state website, whatever state you're trying to set up your business in. And yeah, I would definitely recommend LLC for most businesses. Sometimes people give advice to, you know, start with a corporation for like tax stuff. But usually I've talked to many entrepreneurs and even hedge fund people, or not hedge fund, but venture capitalists, people that buy other businesses, and they've all told me it's way better just start with an LLC, and then when you get to the point if you're trying to sell your business, then go up and set it up in a corporation that you don't need to pay those extra fees from the start. Just start it with LLC. All right. I want to do the CEO morning briefing AI summary. So then do it in the briefing tab. But I think it'd be better to do in create a different tab for the summary or reports. I would like to do the CEO morning briefing. So what I'm thinking, you're saying to do it in a briefing tab. There already is a briefing tab for the assistant, but I'm thinking do it under the assistant, but like create a new tab that's something like reports or something like that. And yeah, I want that different from like the briefing tab. The stuff that's in the briefing tab seems like it's good, and it would be like maybe too cluttered if I added something new. Let me know what you think. Also, any questions that you might have for me in regards to what should be in these briefings or anything else you might want to know. All right, here we go. Next feature. All right, back to the chat. Annual reporting I'm talking about. Yeah, annual reporting. Yep, that's the right word. As far as like you should do it yourself. It's super easy. You'll get a ton of like stuff in the mail and everything like that, emails. And they'll try to sound like it's the official annual reporting channel. But most of them are just scams. You just go through the same state database. Set something on your calendar to remember it, because usually they'll charge you a fee if you miss it. And then also you're talking about doing like a parent company. That can be good. You can do like some umbrella. All your companies are under one company. It gives you more privacy. Make sure one of the main things, if you have more than one company, do not use funds from one company for anything for another company. Separate bank accounts. Only use income from business on that specific business. I mean, you could take income from one business and like use it on another business. You just have to make sure that you report that in your taxes. Basically, mainly for liability, but yeah, I mean, you definitely need to fund a business. So like you could take profit from one business, but make sure you've already paid taxes on it, or at least done your taking out stuff for taxes. That's another good thing. Make sure you're responsible for your taxes when you're doing your own business. Realize that from the start and start pulling money aside from the start, because it's really easy to get behind on that. IRS is cool though. As long as you work with them, they can set you up on a payment plan. And they have like 0% interest once you get a payment plan set up. But if you don't have a payment plan set up, they're going to charge you a little bit of interest. Definitely don't go into like credit card debt, pay off the IRS, because IRS is, as long as you get a plan with them, they're going to not charge you interest. And I feel like they'll try to work with you. Credit card companies, probably not so much. They just want their money. And if they set you up on a plan, there will probably be interest. Business credit. I would recommend as soon as you start a business, start setting things up for business credit. Even if you can't get a credit card, you can still do other things like accounts for different stores. That can start, what is it called? There's like regular credit, you have like your credit scores that are called a certain thing. Business credit, it's called something else. I can't remember off the top of my head. Plan is done. Ready to write it up. Look at what I should research next. Somebody mentioned to me that I should look into Gemini's embedding. Can you explain to me what that is? Maybe even how it would be useful on the project I'm building. Just gave an idea. We should do a joint venture, create an app that can do business setup and corporate filings for $30 a month. What's up, Hat3? Welcome to the chat every time. Pick up yourself. Feeling good today. Hope you're doing good too. Yeah, an AI business setup. Only $30 a month. That would be about $360 a year. And welcome back, Javi. Respect every time. Yeah, that gotta be going at it still. Gotta be heavy lifting every day. Whether it's mental or physical. Brewing up some Java, no doubt. Doing all good, just low energy. You know, that's fine sometimes. I'm doing good. Feeling good about feel like pretty much like I will have this done tonight. Like at least the building. I mean, it'll be a work in progress for a while, just dialing it in to make it better, but getting so much better at building fast, failing fast, learning from my mistakes. This dashboard went from just a couple random like YouTube functions to like something way more than I ever would have thought that I was planning on building. Just kept making it better and better. Net 30s, Granger. Oh yeah, so you're talking about business credit. Yep, you understand that. Net 30s, Granger has one. Like you could go to like Best Buy and get on something they have. Certain companies like that for like office supplies and stuff. And even if you're not buying through them heavily, it helps you establish credit. which I've been advised, I do myself, and I've been advised by so many business people that you should start that right away. And so many people regret that they didn't start that sooner than later. Then you get on the business credit cards. Business credit cards are way better. I mean, obviously still pay them, but the features that you get for business credit cards are way better than personal credit cards. Yes, skills grow when we keep working on things. And I definitely believe that this is going to pay off more than I could even imagine. It already is. I have a really good intuition on doing this right now in my life. This is like number one to me, and I've pretty much been able to set everything else aside to make this number one in my life, building this stuff, and I really enjoy doing it. It's awesome that I enjoy it so much. It doesn't even really feel like work to me. This is what I want to be doing. I've been making the most of the cold winter, spending my time doing this stuff. Weather's getting better. I'm getting outside and it's getting my spirits up a lot, getting my energy up to, nothing gets my energy up like going out in nature, being surrounded by nature. Nothing drains my energy worse than going in like a warehouse, like retail store, like a Walmart or something like that. I don't know why, but just those places just drain my energy. But yeah, definitely being in like natural settings and fresh air and sunshine, that's the way to go. Definitely, and it's a very good complement to spending a lot of time at the computer. How am I not running out of cloud usage? I would say the main thing is I'm definitely, the more I build, I'm building more and I'm using more, but I've still not even come close. When I did the $20 plan, I did run out of usage, but ever since I switched to the max plan, I have not. And I still have like $200 of extra usage that they gave me for free. But I think it's because from the start, I've focused on and did a lot of research on implementing best practices for like context and preserving context, keeping the usage down low. From what I understand, a lot of people just kind of build and they don't focus on that stuff until they hit a wall where they run out of usage, and then they start learning those practices. But I did those from the start, even before I was hitting the usage windows, walls and stuff. So there's definitely a lot of things that I do. Keeping the context low helps. Making sure like things are structured right, like the scaffolding, the architecture. But yeah, like all these, like even the new update 4.7 yesterday, saying it's like a third more usage, and that seemed to be true when I checked my usage yesterday. But I'm still good. I could imagine though, as time goes by, I'll get closer and closer to running out of usage. How are my apps holding so much context? So that's another part, is you want to make sure that your apps are, the main thing I think for that is being structured, the scaffolding. Like this, and all the apps are different, the way they handle data and stuff. Using skills, things like using skills for any repetitive code, instead of writing, anything that you can do in a skill, instead of like writing it into the code. So like this project specifically has like an internal database that other projects never had. So like I originally did it with JSON files, And then I learned that over time, these, you know, as it stores data, because a lot of it's like brand voice, it's going to be like, you know, getting better over time and storing more data. I changed it to an internal database that it stores data better. But that wouldn't make sense for like the other projects I've done in the past. So I'm learning with each type of new project I do, I'm learning like new ways to keep the context low, stuff like that. So Javi's burned through everything in the free Claude credits plus another 600. Wow, I'm guessing that's not per month. That would be see, like I don't understand a lot of times how people are using so much. But I know some people I know have told me how they've set it up. They use just like what do you call it, the dangerously run without permissions features, so that it just runs and they'll leave it running overnight, and they'll just like build a whole complex project. I feel like if I did that, I would have so many bugs. I feel like it would take up so much more context. I would have so many more bugs I'd have to find. I've learned to like build things in steps, do audits along the way, build out the main features, then go back and like get the bigger bugs first, stuff like that. You installed the Claude plugins and that burned through. That's another thing. MCPs, plugins and stuff like that. I have them in, but I disable them and I only enable them as needed per project. Because from what I understand, if you have a bunch of plugins and like MCPs and stuff, maybe that's even the same thing. But basically, if you have those running in a project and you're not using them, it takes up a lot more tokens and a lot more context just because they're there, even if you're not using them. So you can like disable them until you need them. You ran through the 200 they gave you, and they gave you another 200. That's good to know. I should try to run through that. I should try to like up my usage this month and like run through that 200 and see if they give me another 200. You put in another 350 and almost ran through 200 of that because you ran through usage about 20 days into your usage. Wow, why do you think that is that you're running through so much? Like, are you just building like much more complex projects that I'm building? Are you letting it run without you know, like all night doing like a whole project at once? Like, let me know what you think, why you think you're using so much more. Because like, yeah, that was like, I only hit the, when I had the $20 plan, I only hit the like the 5-hour usage. But that was big because I was doing a stream, and at the time I was doing you know, my streams were usually over like 5 hours, and that stopped the stream, and I didn't want that to happen again, so I just upgraded, and I'm glad I did. Even though I wasn't like, for maybe like the first month I used it, I was barely using enough. I was definitely using more than the $20 plan would have given me, and I would have hit that window many times. You had Claude run through a 21-hour-long project. That would make sense. If it just worked for 21 hours straight, I could totally see why. But I'm wondering like why you would have it run through. Major thinking. Then you decide to have Claude program a Python on your server to emulate what it was doing, so you're not depending on it. It rewrote it, and now you run it on your Mac, so that you weren't dependent on Claude. Program a Python on your server. So like you emulated like basically Claude to do Python, I guess is kind of what I'm reading. If so, that's pretty cool. All right, clean build. Time to test it. Does the large gold generate button report button appear? Yes, it does. Click it. Do I see the rotating loading message? No, because it just went to no reports yet right away. Wait, it's saying generating recommendations, so it just doesn't show that. Oh, the rotating loading messages. Yeah, okay. Yep. There it goes. Fetching your data, dashboard data. Saw those. Does a full report. So this is like really killing two birds with one stone, because I wanted to build a feature that showed like all the tasks that needed to be done and check them off when they were done. And that's what this is doing right here with this week's priorities. So that's awesome. And it even puts it in like high, medium, and low. So that's cool. Is this week's summary opened by default? Yup. Yep, everything collapses when I click it. Does the closing thought appear with a gold left border? That must be it right there. 0 to 1 million starts with 0 to 1. Ship the offer, release the content, build in public. That must be it. Go to assistant briefing. Click generate AI summary. Does it switch to reports and trigger generation? Yes, it does. Does it reflect the real data? Yes. Are the action items specific and actionable or generic? I would say they're mostly specific. Everything you asked me to check for is there. For the most part, everything is very specific. Nothing major I would change right now. I was gonna implement something that was like a checklist of things I had to do and it would automatically check them off. But it seems like it already has done that with the reports, where it shows like it ranks things from like high, medium, and low for the urgency. And I'm guessing once I complete something, then it will be removed from that. Let me know. All right, back to the chat. See what I missed. Claude was backtesting data. It does that based on a methodology. This is a 20-hour job. I would imagine that would take your tokens. So yeah, other people did say install Hermes. AI was saying that I don't need it yet, but like in the future it makes sense. By the way, Claude has removed paid subscriptions to Enterprise. Now it's fully token-based per usage for Enterprise users. I'm not sure even what Enterprise is. Is that like for businesses where you have multiple users? Because I heard they did something like that for like OpenClaw. I'm thinking that's something different. than enterprise. But like I guess for OpenClaw, it used to be you could just tap into your plan, but now they make you do it per usage. You think that may be coming down the pike fully, that they'll just switch from plans to make it per usage, to make it, probably would be more expensive if they did it like that. I would not be surprised, especially after seeing the new upgrade they just did, having to use a third more tokens, but really not offering that much more value. Sir Knight, welcome to the chat. Respect every time, big up yourself. Never seen this many people pissed at a model before. Yes, I agree there. I would say I'm more just like a little bit disappointed. There's still some things that sound like they're cool, like with the design that I want to check out. But overall, from like hearing other people and going on the internet, I think everyone's pretty much let down. I think the main thing that I'm disappointed about is the extra cost that it uses, like a third more tokens. And it doesn't, I feel like the updates don't really make up for that. And there were still even some glitches. Like it had some like new search bar feature that it added that was glitching and causing things to break. And I think in the past it's always been like every update has been providing more value and in ways that would usually make it so that we use less tokens. And this one's like the first one where it's like the opposite. But at the end of the day, I mean, I'm super grateful. Like having this ability to use this tool to like build stuff that I'm building. I mean, just this tool I'm building right now, there's certain this has probably got like, you know, at least 10 really awesome functions on it. And I know for a fact that even like certain functions that are on here, like I would be paying like at least $20 a month through other SaaS platforms to do just like one of the things that this thing can do, that this thing I just built can do. So that's like, I mean, the value is still, I still feel like what I'm paying with Claude Code is still like, I'm winning. I'm getting way more value than any other like method I would have to doing this. So yeah, it's a love-hate relationship. That's a good way to say it. No AI is a winner. They're all still competing against each other, and that's, I think, best for us as consumers. They're all trying to compete for our money, and you know, they don't want to be pissing us off to the point where we just stop using one and go to a different one. They still want to keep us coming through and spending money with them, and they're all trying to compete to be the best. Yep, they're all great in their own niche, everyone, and that's awesome too, because then it makes a use case to use multiple different agents, and over time they'll all get better, and over time, because we're using multiple agents, we'll stay in the loop on like, you know, which agent for which task, stuff like that. Okay, that's what I was thinking. Enterprise for companies with 5 or more users. So until I have like 5 different employees, I feel like that will not be an issue. And even then, I'm thinking you could work around that. Like, it'd probably be cheaper just to, depending on how much people are using it. You know, if you can get like less than 5 users, you could just buy multiple subscriptions for your company that were not enterprise. Maybe legally you can't do that, I'm not sure. Yes, that is true. I've heard more people upset with OpenAI because of the government stuff they were doing than like anything else about AI. And that totally makes sense to me. I totally disagree with war, especially this one that's going on right now. Love is the only solution. War is not going to solve any problems, it's only going to cause more. there's an announcement that the government's using Anthropic Mythos. Hopefully, because I knew Anthropic didn't want them using their stuff for war, so hopefully they're using it just for security, in a way that's not for war. But I mean, I don't trust them, so. But with Mythos, you're starting to believe they must have actually bent the knee to Hegseth. Why would you only release Mythos to cybersecurity? I heard they also only let companies like Amazon, real big companies, use it for their security. I heard that the reason they're not releasing it to the general public is because it's so good at making things secure that if a person wanted to use it for hacking or something like, you know, bad, that they could use it for that because it's so good at security. It could break into things, so they got to make sure it's not in the wrong hands, which definitely giving it to this current government is feel like a bigger risk than anything. Whoop, there it is. I haven't heard that in a while. Shakalaka. What we really need is less dependence on them. We need a harness that actually improves AI reasoning capability so we can use the open weighted smaller models that can fit on computer GPUs. Yes, and I think as this stuff gets better, we can create the tools to do that. Like, we will be, you know, we'll be the ones driving the market. I think we'll be building stuff, and these companies will see what we're building and what we're using, and they'll try to implement it themselves. Yeah, it's definitely, I agree with you that it is not good to know that the government is using that. Unfortunately, you know, there's been throughout history governments that have done horrible things, and it's not always easy to hold them accountable, but at the end of the day, that's usually when the most change comes. When governments violate the people, that's when people end up actually rising up and making changes. And yeah, no government has lasted forever, from what I understand. So I had saying that we're not really fully understanding it. If we listen to what Anthropic CEO says, he isn't against the use of AI in war, just that the current state of the tech is not at a level that it can be used for war. That's okay. Yeah, that's what I took from that too. He was saying that it's not ready for what they wanted to use it for war. That and of course, like, that makes sense. Like, out of anything you could use it for, that there could be like massive consequences that could not be reversed, it would be that. So, I mean, just the fact that those guys like bombed a school full of kids. Like, they should have, even if they did it on accident, like, that shouldn't happen. That's just like crossing, like, everything else they've done. I mean, man, it just seems like, you know, they'll do something messed up, and how do they cover it up? Do something even more messed up. So it's like, oh, everybody's talking about this thing we want to like get rid of and get everybody to like forget about it. Let's do something way worse, so then people don't even like think about that anymore. And they just keep pushing the bar, and it's like, come on, guys. This isn't right what you guys are doing, but I mean, what can we do? Have I listened to anything from Jason Lowery or read his book, Soft War? No, I've never heard of that. Sheds a lot of light on the state of the world. Definitely, I'm going to look into that. Jason Lowery, Soft War. I have been watching some of those Lego videos though. people making these like Lego videos about the war. They're super interesting, and they're making them all with AI. And they're like music videos about like what's going on with the war, and to me they seem like they're actually like a better news source than what I'm getting like in the news. Like what I'm seeing in the news about the war, they're like being real careful not to like offend anybody about what they're saying, but these Lego videos are like telling the truth. Like they don't have to like worry about their news company getting sued or something like that. So it's crazy world that we're living in right now. People are definitely, I'm hoping, man, people look back at these times and they learn a lot and they realize like the mistakes they made and learn from them and try to do the right thing, because I think most people are good and want to do the right thing. But as we've seen in history is that, I mean, look at Martin Luther King, look at Gandhi. All these people were taken out too early just for trying to speak the truth and trying to tell people to do the right thing. And they were very unfairly, in my opinion, treated. But I mean, that's history. They weren't the only ones. That's just the ones that I've learned about in my lifetime. There's been many people that came before them that have faced persecutions in many ways, and I think that's just kind of the world. But as you see, like, I mean, there's certain laws, nature. The more you resist something, the more it persists. The more people try to fight against something, the stronger it gets. The more you go to war with something, you're just gonna make it stronger. People just gotta learn to like live together. Nobody's perfect. Everyone's gonna make mistakes. Thinking that you're bigger than God, thinking that you can like control life and death and tell people how to live and silence anybody who questions you. That's never ended well in history. Usually the people see that. Usually that's when the people like see the truth, is when that starts going on, and then people start to rise up. But like, we got AI, we got like technologies progressing, we can like make a lot of awesome tools. I mean, just what people are doing with those like Lego videos. Like no one was able to do that years ago. A lot of news is just propaganda, for real. Yeah, it's like, how, like, what can you trust? I feel like, unfortunately, the news is like, you know, a lot of it's about making money, getting people to click on stories and exaggerating things and using a lot of fear and doubt and uncertainty. Seems to work better to get people to click on their titles. That gets them more advertising revenue and more people on their sites and stuff like that. So, you know, the truth is real though. People know the truth deep down. You know, a lot of people try to like reason themselves into like thinking something else, but yeah, Lego was not able to do that on their own years ago, for real. Think how long it would have taken somebody to like build all those things with Lego and like make one video. It would have taken them a long time. Yes, this is so awesome to see that, and this is just the beginning, and I can just see this is like opening up a whole new era of people telling stories to report the news, and I think that's much better. But yeah, we'll see. Technology is awesome. It's cool to see it advance. So let's see. It's like Claude kind of froze up on me. There we go. And I was thinking too, like, you know, from what I understand about making those videos, like, you just gotta like do one frame at a time, and you probably have to like do it a few times before you get it right, and then put it all together like that. But I mean, I'm thinking maybe you could create maybe like a system, kind of like I'm building this system right now for personal brand. Like, what if you created a system to like create videos like that, and you just trained it to like make the videos better each time, and to you know, so you don't have to manually sit there and create all the scenes. Like, a system could do it for you. I feel like there's a lot possible. So right now, the behavior of this tool that I've built, almost done building, is generate a report, see the priorities, take action, generate the next report, see the updated priorities, clean and automatic. That is awesome. Oh, they're not manually doing it. There's already tools for video generation. That's what I was thinking, because I'm starting to see more and more videos. Text to video has been improving for a long time already. Yeah, I would like to learn more about that. Maybe that's something I'll do on like for a project on here or something. I feel like there's a lot of potential for marketing, basically like making commercials. And if I could make a system to make them that cuts down the time and effort drastically and use them for all my businesses, that would be really awesome. So the Google sub lets me generate videos. I'm not really sure what you're saying. I think what you're saying, basically, the Google subscription, like I can generate videos like from my with this tool I just am making. I can generate like I can give it a URL from a live stream and it'll like break it down into like smaller like videos. I guess like it'll cut out the videos, and then I think there's more I can do with like actually like editing those. So I could add like a whole like editing section to this maybe. I know there's people use Remotion a lot to like edit videos, so I'd want to maybe add something like that. But yeah, that'd be something I could add later, if that's what you're saying. But yeah, this is awesome so far. I'm really feeling good about this. And oh, do I pay for Google subscription? I don't believe I do. If so, I can use their feature to generate video from text. I gotta look into that, definitely. Actually, I'm just gonna look into that right now. Somebody from the chat was mentioning that if I have a Google subscription, I can use their feature to generate video from text. Can you explain that more to me? Somebody in the chat mentioned that if I have a Google subscription, I can use their feature to generate video from text. Can you explain that more to me? Why is it doing this? Okay. Someone from the chat mentioned to me that if I have a Google subscription, I can use a feature to generate video from text. Can you explain that more to me? It's like it's there, but that's weird. It's not showing up. Okay. Somebody from the chat mentioned that with a Google subscription, I can use a feature to generate video from text. Can you explain this more to me? It's like it froze up on me. Yeah, it's not even letting me type. But, no, free Gemini is not guiding all my work. It's helping me. The main guide I'm using, I was using it more for guiding at first because it was like better for my flow with beginner stuff, but I quickly realized that with more complex projects, it is not very good. Claude is much better with like more complex projects for building. So Claude is my main guide for the projects. Yeah, there it goes. Okay, now it just updated. So, Gemini is kind of just like, I'm asking questions, like more doing research with it. Because I'm trying to, when I'm building with Claude, I don't want to switch topics in the chat that I'm using to build. So I'm just coming to Gemini to do like random questions to get it like a different opinion. But yeah, I think the next subscription I get will probably be Gemini for their AI agent. Yeah, I definitely would not have been able to finish even that last project with just Gemini, but I learned a lot from trying to build with it. It's cool to like try different AI agents or LLMs to help me build and see how they work. They all work kind of different. Oh, VO3. Yes, I heard about that. So VO3 is with Google. I think it's like $75 a month for unlimited. Just this week, Google just integrated it directly into Google AI Pro and Ultra subscriptions. That's awesome, so you don't have to pay for a separate VO subscription. It's a massive shortcut for the podcast and YouTube tabs. Google's answer to Sora. Unlike other AI videos, VO generates natively synchronized sound. If I generate a video of a busy street, it includes the honking and chatter automatically. Can tell it to use pan shots, slow motion, understands camera physics. That's cool. Natively supports mobile format, making shorts and stuff. So you think Sora is better? That's good to know. What's up, Daily Dev? Respect every time, big up yourself. Welcome to the chat, having a good conversation. Just going, finished doing a major part of this build. Going over some stuff about video generation tools. It kind of sounds like VO and Sora are like the top two. Just looking into Google just made it so you don't have to like get a separate subscription to VO. You can just get their main subscription and it includes VO. Google AI Ultra is 4K resolution, otherwise Google AI Pro 500 videos a month, $20, VO 3.1 high speed. Sounds like you can get 50 videos a month on Google AI Plus for free, just to kind of like learn it and start using it. Google just added directable AI avatars to the Ultra plan. So I already have that with HeyGen. What I understand, HeyGen is the best for AI avatars. I created one of myself. Not sure how Google's new feature would compare. Just saying, for this project I could have an avatar read the assistant briefing. So I could like build projects with AI assistants that would like have a built-in avatar that would read it to me. That's, as much as that seems like a waste of time, that I don't need it, I kind of want to do that. The video integration. Google has a new app called Google Videos where all this lives. You can actually link your dashboard to videos so that when you hit prepare in your podcast tab, it automatically opens a video project with AI generated background. That's cool. Says a good use case would be to like make it for, I could make an intro to my YouTube videos. That's a good idea. I'm going to take a note down for that for real. Video generation is a token hog. If you're on an AI Pro plan, use VO 3.1 fast. I was thinking about using it, but not for those specific purposes. Those are all new use cases I didn't even think of. I was thinking about using it more to do marketing content for my businesses, like basically make like commercials. Stuff that would go viral. The main thing is, like, I understand a lot of these social media sites do not allow AI generated content, or else they highly limit like how much they'll push it out to people. Can you explain more about this concept to me? So you tried out Javi, tried out VO. 3 videos costed about $20. And you gotta get the prompts right. Yep, exactly. So it sounds like if you are only able to make 3 videos, they probably didn't turn out right the first time. And that's like a whole game of like learning how to get the prompts right to get the right, it's like another field of AI. That's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like that's gonna be a whole new learning curve. And it's really not that high on my priority list for other things that I want to learn to implement in. But when I get there, or just, I was even talking to a friend the other day who wants to get into this stuff. And I was recommending, they sounded like they wanted to get into the video stuff. And I was like, hey man, like, I'll help you learn this video stuff. You know, we can come together as a business and you basically like learn how to make commercials with this video stuff, and then we can all like implement this stuff together. So yeah, it'd be all about like getting the right team. Or even I think what's totally possible is training an AI program, kind of like I just built with the dashboard, to get better at making prompts for videos and making videos with it. like dental and chiropractor within meds, but it's a specialty. C-Dance is the winner with AI video. No other like it. I'll write that down. C-Dance. So what's saying is add some human elements to the videos, or social media is going to limit them most likely, or not allow them. Use B-roll AI, not A-roll AI. Don't make the entire commercial AI. Start with a real face. So yeah, basically it's saying that if I'm going to use AI for video generation for marketing, that I need to like have real human elements mixed in. So yeah, let me know what you're building, Jobby. An app that won't let connect to your broker. That connects to your broker. It overlays to your broker app for trading, but will ensure there are guardrails. So it won't let you trade if it's too risky. If rules are adhered to by you, if there's no edge, if you have not chosen or written your thesis, etc. All these first, then if no, trade, then if so, trade is executed. The things the brokers don't want you to do to ensure you did first. That's awesome. And that's like parts of that I've done with the project I did. Basically, like I'm trying to make it so like people don't like what I built, it would like replace a financial advisor and a broker, and like it would be a coach and everything like that. So that's awesome. I can't wait to ship that next week. Like it's so close. So had 3 is off. Mini vacation, have fun, enjoy. Gotta be outdoors. It's a good time of year. Respect every time. Yeah, thank you for coming on the stream and contributing. And thanks for wishing me luck with the app. Definitely be fun to start the marketing on that next week. Looking forward to that. Looking forward to so much with this vibe coding. Everything's so awesome here. Really grateful. I can never say it enough. I'm so grateful for this opportunity. So grateful for this technology. Grateful to go live and have this community of people helping out, contributing to everything. It's definitely where I want to be, building great things. It's always a win in so many ways every day. Making progress, as I would say. Yeah, the most viral commercials in 2026 aren't AI videos. They're human stories enhanced by AI. That's awesome. So let's see where I'm at with this builder right now. I'm not sure what to do next with this build. I'm thinking like I built like everything I wanted to build for the most part, and everything else would just be like stuff to make stuff better or add on. But I can't really think of any new features to build. Can you recommend any new features that I would add to this based on everything I've added so far that I didn't think of? How about a new dictation feature? Can I build out a better whisper flow? Or I think it's just Claude has it so that the commands for whisper flow have it do something else with Claude. I feel like I've built all the features that I've originally intended on building. So basically now I'm wondering if there's any new features that I didn't think of building or that I haven't built yet that I originally thought of. Anything that you can recommend based on what I've already built, let me know. Yeah, the main thing they're recommending is get the APIs in so I can publish stuff automatically, and I just need to do the API stuff off stream for security. That's right, the short clips were cutting off the wrong part of the clip. Book pipeline, I think I would just have that as be like a separate tool. Discord, that's right. Sponsorship deals, CRM. Content performance feedback loop. Stream planning tab, that would be cool. All these things are pretty easily built. Easy additions, I think. I think the most important thing, like you said, would be to have to be able to automatically schedule content that's going to be with APIs that I need to do off stream, so I can do that stuff off stream. And I definitely like some of those other ideas that you have, and they sound like for the most part they would be simple builds to add on. So I think really right now, like, this is even better than what I originally planned for building. Thinking about calling it for right now. Let me know if there's anything you think I should do, like another audit right now, or if you think I'm good to close it down and open it back up later. What I've built across these sessions is remarkable. Complete personal brand operating system, ingestion pipeline, content generation, approval queue, 8 platform distribution, clip extraction, analytics, CRM, revenue tracking, landing pages, newsletter generator, and a RAG-powered AI assistant that gets smarter every stream. Version 1 is complete. Everything from here is version 1.5 improvements and new integrations. Alright, this time Claude is saying to rest at the right time. I feel like I definitely need a break. Yeah, this was awesome. Got this built in like a week, for the most part, at least version 1. And it was a lot of fun. And the journey still feels like it has just begun. And I'll keep on working, keep on moving and grooving and doing what I want to do and making the value come through. My visions and my dreams. All kinds of different schemes that I got, all playing out right. Coming through live with a new plan on another night, and even trying to do some more work in the daytime when I have time, but seems like to me night is the best time to be on here, because then I don't miss the sunshine and the fresh air. So another day, another flow. Hopefully you got some value off what I had to tell you. As always, up the like button. Subscribe if you haven't already, because I'm coming through with new information steady. And always feel free to join the conversation and comment. So I'm out for now. And I'm always amazed at how much I get done and how much fun it always is. And everybody that comes through with the comments. And thanks to you and everything you do. So for now, I'm out. Respect. Have a good night, everybody, or whatever time of the day it is, wherever you're at. I'm out.